The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this Sunday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk here on this Independence Day weekend, this 4th of July weekend for Sunday, July 6th, 2025. Along with Baron Norman Tag, I am your host, Mike. And this afternoon, we are going to wrap up this Independence Day weekend by watching 2022's Top Gun Maverick. Sequel, I'll be honest, I didn't think we needed it at the time that it was announced, but after I saw it more than once, I was convinced that, 36 years later, this movie just, it exploded. It made over $1 billion at the box office, and it brought back a familiar face in Tom Cruise as Maverick, and it has a lot of nods to the original Top Gun, of course, but you also meet these new cast of characters who are played very well. And I know you haven't seen it yet, Baron. You will be seeing it for the first time today, but I do want to thank you for being here today. Yesterday, the long-suffering Miss Tag, I should say, came home from the hospital after a successful knee surgery. So I'm glad that went well.
Yep, it sounds like her knee replacement's a lot better than even the first one. But the first one was done by a quack. And it's like, I'm not going to hesitate to say that. But yeah, she's doing a lot better. She's walking around even a little bit more today. And she spent a lot of the day yesterday resting. But the little bell was ringing quite a bit. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, coming. Ding, 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 ding. Coming. Ding, 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 ding. Enough! No.
But no, it's good to know that she's feeling a lot better, a few days removed from surgery, and that this procedure went a lot better than her first procedure.
Yeah, and of course, they don't let people lay around right away. They get them trying to move around right away, even that same day. So, and her PT that she had there, sat back and thought, first of all, how she was walking before the operation, because, it was dislocated in everything, and it's just that she's stubborn. It's just stubborn. She's a stubborn woman. And that's good. That's good in some ways. And then, of course, he was very impressed with all her work that she was doing with the PT. So, yeah, it still hurts, but hurts different. But I think it doesn't hurt as much. not like she was having before. So yeah.
And that's got to be a relief for her too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, she's still in pain, but not the same kind of pain that she was in before with the old one going out like it did.
Well, that's why we have Vicodin. Here, take a couple of these and have a nice rest. Okay.
And of course, I do want to take the time to acknowledge those who have popped in so far. Lady Mist, it's good to see you this morning, this afternoon, this evening. I'm
Hey,
saying it
Lady
that way
Mist.
because it's still morning somewhere and it's also evening somewhere. And it's
Mhm.
also afternoon somewhere.
Yeah, the sun's over the yardarm somewhere in the British Empire, as the
Hmm.
old saying goes.
I also want to take the time to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to Jet Sparks. Glad to have you here. Yes, this was definitely one of the best movies of 2022. And
Mhm.
also our good friend, Low Spec Linux Gaming. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well on this Sunday afternoon. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling Baron I was going to do this
Mhm.
before we start today's watch party. I do want to take a moment of silence to give respect to the friends and families who have suffered losses due to the flooding down in Texas. It's just heartbreaking to see not only pictures but video of the devastation and how quickly it happened. I mean, I know you'd seen it yourself,
Yeah.
Baron, with that time lapse video showing just in 30 minutes how quickly the floodwaters happened in
Hmm.
particular.
Right now, I guess the toll is up to 59, 21 of which are children, which is
Yes,
heartbreaking.
children who are just there for a summer camp, and
Hmm.
even finding out that the director of that summer camp lost his life trying to
Hmm.
save others. And you know,
Yeah.
he did a heroic deed, looking out for the safety of others.
That's how heroes start. I mean, there was sometimes just ordinary people that try to do the extraordinary to help others without care. Well, I mean, obviously, there's a little bit care for their life. They're hoping that they'll get out of it, but their first and foremost thought is, how can I save others? That is one of the best traits that we have, I think, out there. That we're
Hmm.
willing to sacrifice ourselves even for strangers.
Yeah.
We don't know who
And,
that person is, but we'll try our best to help them.
I don't look at it as particularly a strict American trait. I think it's a human trait. There are many
Oh,
out there who would go above and beyond to help their fellow human being.
that's what I was meaning. I'm not saying that this was a particularly
No,
just
no,
an
no, no.
American trait at all.
I know that's not what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't think it's strictly just an American trait. I think it's a human trait that there are those among us who will step up
Hmm.
and go above and beyond the
Hmm.
call of duty, if you want to put it that way, to help others and save others.
It's kind of funny. You could have some people who are some of the most rotten people there are out there, but yet they'll still risk some to save somebody. It's one of those funny
Hmm.
things about humans. Um, we're funny creatures. Let's just put it that way. And there was a lot of heroes and a lot of people saved because of those people. When Alan Morris is back and talks about there's no such things as heroes. It's like no, this is where heroes are. I
Hmm.
mean, when you have the average citizen risking themselves to go out there, that's that is heroism, and they're not doing it for glory.
No,
They're not looking
it's
like
not the Hollywood depiction of what a hero is.
right
It's not the
or
comic book depiction of what a hero is. It's what an
mhm,
actual hero is. Just your regular person, regular
right,
everyday person, living about their lives. Something
hmm,
happens, they don't even think about it. They don't hesitate. They just do.
right, right. Unlike the ones that, again, as you said, for Hollywood, they go out there for their little photo ops. Look, I handed out a bottle. Look at me, I'm so great. It's like, no, go away.
Yeah. The regular, average, everyday person doesn't do it for photo ops, like you're saying. Doesn't do it so they can get on talk shows. Doesn't do it so they get their 15 minutes of fame. Because in some cases, especially with this director of this camp, they may themselves lose their lives trying to save others, but they know the risk.
Right. And he was there to help protect those kids. I mean,
Yeah.
how noble.
How brave.
noble. Yeah, and brave. And it just shows that, bravery comes into us at the strangest times. We don't think we can do it, then something happens and we do it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the impulse is because of the good nature that we have.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that hasn't been torn down by the rottenness of the world around us. So, I mean, those people that go out there and have been protecting, either both who have lost their lives and those who haven't, and were able to save people. I mean, I was hearing about how the one guy passed away because he was saving his family, his mother and his sister, I believe, and he couldn't, he couldn't get out of it. He was, tired fighting it, and
even watching the video that's been released, you see how quickly those waters are moving when they have the videos in real time. I'm not talking about the time lapse ones. I'm talking about the ones that show it in real time.
Yeah,
and
they moved.
I don't care how good of a swimmer you are. A current like that's gonna take you, and there's unfortunately nothing you can do about it.
Hit the wrong button.
It's all right.
Yeah. So yeah, and we have to remember too that the ground there in Texas in those areas is a little bit different. When the rains come and it comes in hard like that, it's not able necessarily to be able to soak it in. It does that. It just turns into this wave. It's like I don't know what you would call it, but it's like just this wall of water that comes in and just takes over. And yeah, that's one of the problems, because how the ground is. It's amazing how things are different around this country, or even within the same state. Where part of the state could probably handle it, but that one couldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, let's face it, with the way the weather pattern is, areas of different states, some areas get more water than others. So when something like this does come through, the drier climates aren't going to be able to handle it as well as the wetter climates. And it's good to see Shane. I hope you're having a good 4th of July weekend. But we will talk more about this after the movie's over. Of course, I do have 2 articles that were posted during 2022, shortly after the movie was released, where we're going to talk about 2 items that are seen in Top Gun Maverick to let you all know, were they both real, or was one a mock-up? Was one a museum piece?
But Mike, reading an article from 2022 is like playing a game that's 10 years old. What are we doing, man? We're going backwards, man.
Oh, man. You know what we're doing? We're taking these 2 stories and using them as reference materials that are related to this movie.
Yeah, they're nice history pieces to have.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's important to try to archive as best as you can some of this, because some stuff gets lost through the cracks.
All right, so if everybody is ready and over on the Cosme side, which the Cosme link is pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble, it is posted in the comment underneath the original post over on X. I'm going to go ahead and put an invite link into the chat over on the live feed on X. But if you're already set and willing to go, we can go ahead and clear the flight deck and watch Top Gun Maverick.
I'm ready.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of America, on this 4th of July weekend, let's get ready to go into the danger zone.
America. 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 F yeah.
I gotta make sure the volume's loud enough for everybody. That Top Gun anthem.
Yep. Well, you couldn't do it without that.
Nope. And I did think it was nice that Jerry Bruckheimer included Don Simpson's name in this too.
Mm-hmm.
Since he was a part of the original. So, as you noticed here, Baron, it starts off exactly like the first one.
I was just going to say, it's like, oh my. They call it Top Gun. Maverick. Miles Teller.
Mm-hmm. And he's real good as Rooster. Jennifer Connelly.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, everybody in this movie is great. They all fit their roles well. Whether they're in it the whole way through or just for part of it.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you gotta do.
Yep, yeah, you have to have danger zone in here. But, you know, instead of it being the F-14, it's the F-18s.
Mm-hmm. Lana. 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 What? Danger zone.
And I love it that they still included actual video that they recorded on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier.
Of course, the Navy knows this is a good.
It's a good promotional
recruitment
tool.
Yeah, recruitment tool. I mean, that's what they said about the first one. It's like, oh, this is a Navy recruitment movie. Well, what's wrong about that?
Nothing at all. Yeah, that we do, Jet. That we do.
You know it.
And that P-51 is Tom Cruise's P-51.
Mm.
And he does know how to. He does know how to fly.
Mm. I'm 30.
It's got grease, oil, dirt.
Pictures of Goose.
Goose, his wife, and then a young rooster. I like that picture. I do.
No 55.
Yep.
Now that was an interesting shot, going the one way while the other one's going the other. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Complete callback to the first one. I mean, there's more than just this callback to the first one, as you'll see, Baron.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Dark Star. Now, with the Dark Star, Lockheed Martin actually developed this concept for it, and they actually built a mock-up of it. It's not a real flyable plane. It's a concept, though.
Mm-hmm. Like a concept car.
Yeah. And yes, it does. It looks like it would be an awesome aircraft to fly, but again, it's a concept aircraft.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Maverick being Maverick.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, when I saw that my local theater downtown had this during its opening weekend, it's like, I'm going to go see it.
Mm-hmm. Kind of reminded me of Firefox.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least it's not Boeing.
Yeah.
It has a chance to survive. Mm.
There said Harris. Ed Harris is a good actor.
He is.
Have you ever watched Appaloosa?
No.
Okay, I'm going to add that to the list. He's real good in that.
Yep.
Yeah, because that department actually helped them design the concept plane.
Mm-hmm. Skunk Works, Area 51. I mean, they work on a lot of that stuff there, and time to cause some UFO sightings. Ooh, Scramjets. Bup, 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 bup.
Of course, going supersonic. Yep, it's a nice touch.
Mhm. It's like warp 8, warp 9.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. The Earth is flat. No.
Darren. He's a conspiracy theorist, folks.
I
But imagine going on a supersonic or say one day a hypersonic plane where you can be from California to New York in maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That'd be awesome.
Yep.
Oh, can you imagine all the people wanting to get on a jet like that just to escape California? 3 minutes they're in Colorado. Yay, 3 minutes to freedom.
Yep. I mean, let's face it, Star Trek has its transwarp drive, but imagine if we could go to Mach 10.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The thing is it wasn't Reagan that called the project Star Wars. It was the press mocking Reagan that they started calling it. Yeah, shouldn't have pushed it.
No, but you know, people
That's
like
happened.
Maverick, people like Captain Kirk,
Mm-hmm.
they push the limits.
Take me to your leader.
Oh, you're gonna like the line coming up.
Fruit Loops. Maverick gulping water.
Of course, the Navy rescue helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Distinguished.
Yeah, it does. They did a real good job with the effects in this movie.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I wouldn't scoff at just being a captain.
No.
Mm-hmm. Who wants a star?
Well, it's like Captain Kirk telling Captain Picard, don't let them promote you. Don't let them do anything that takes you off the bridge of that ship. Because while you're there, you can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell that Ed Harris's Admiral is taking up the James Tolkien role from the first one.
Mm-hmm. Never. Fighter Town, USA. Yep, the running on the tarmac.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Jet, Coronado is a nice area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to have a lot of money to live on Coronado, but it is a nice area. I didn't live there, but visited there plenty of times because my dad knew people. There's Val Kilmer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Call back to the first movie. But you'll notice one thing, Baird, with these callbacks that they do in this movie, they're appropriate to what's going on.
Oh yeah,
They're not just being thrown
not
in for the sake of being thrown in.
No, they're not member berries, but yet they have nods.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Little setup.
Have I ever talked to you about L. Ron Hubbard? Well, yeah.
Yeah, they keep it very vague, just like the first one kept it very vague.
Mm-hmm.
But you have an indication of who's the enemy in both movies.
Right. I think the sound of hearing goats bleeding is Rooster. Goats. Mm-mm. Mm. Iceman. Asshole.
He's a hard ass.
Yep.
He's letting Maverick know this is where you stand. You're only here to train for this mission,
Then retire.
and that's it.
Mm-hmm. I love they those two have a relationship like that.
Mm-hmm. Post the first movie.
Mm-hmm. Pete and Penny.
Yes, that Penny Baron,
Mm-hmm.
the Admiral's daughter.
Oh, bought it.
Admirals and Maverick, well, they have a history together.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's Maverick pissing off the Admiral.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good song. Let's dance.
You're gonna like a lot of the songs in this movie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hangman.
Bill Pullman's son.
Yeah. Um, Showtime. Ooh, nice Bronco.
Mm-hmm. Classic Bronco.
Hey, why is OJ back? Looks a lot like his dad.
I mean, when they were casting for the role for someone to play Goose's son, of course, Goose played by Anthony Edwards. They nailed it out of the park with Miles Teller.
Yeah. Cops. Who picked the music for this film?
They're not done yet.
I know they're not.
And of course, they're establishing the new rivalry. Before it was Maverick and Iceman. Well, now it's Hangman and Rooster.
Mm-hmm. This is almost like Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's good song.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's like he's almost like a Val Kilmerish. I mean, he got the mannerisms and everything from the first film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just like his old man. Yep.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Do, 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 do.
There's a reason.
Meg Ryan, she was such a cutie.
She was.
Still is, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen.
I haven't seen a recent picture of her.
Mm-mm. Got some cutie pilots in it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people were upset that the Space Force was off of the Air Force. They thought they wanted like the Navy, so they have the naval ranks like Captain Kirk.
Hmm.
But I can see it more off the Air Force, definitely.
Yep. We can't get all our fantasies into realities. As much as we would like a Starfleet, we got Space Force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hit that same guy you tossed out at the bar the night before.
almost like he is talking to Goose.
Mm-hmm. A ghost, an echo, if you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Even a reflection.
Mm-hmm. No.
I told you the good music doesn't stop.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Notice the font on Fanboy's helmet?
Mm-hmm. I didn't.
Next time you catch it.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
That's right, the original series Star Trek font.
Mm-hmm. What great music for this. I mean, mm.
Payback. Hey, we got someone in the chat, Baron. Call sign Free Rock Creations.
Ah.
Yes, sir. Top Gun Maverick. If you got the time, the Cosme link is pinned to the top.
Mm.
And yeah, it's just like the first movie. They actually did have the actors inside the cockpit of a plane. Granted,
Mhm.
they weren't flying, but Mhm. and now he's inverted.
It's like in the Earth movie when they took a picture.
Yep. Mhm.
Mhm. Hmm. Mhm.
Putting the admiral in his place.
Mhm.
Well, you know, if the admiral wants to play chess, Maverick's game.
Then JG.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they got puppy.
Not like that one article where they called Spock Lieutenant Spock and Lieutenant Junior. It's Lieutenant Junior grade.
Mhm. 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 I think that's what I'd rather be, is a highly decorated captain and an admiral.
Yep. I don't want to be a
Maybe
desk jockey.
maybe a commodore, but no. I
Mhm.
was waiting for something like that. No life vest either.
Nope.
Is a solar sailor. Captain
He
Maverick
is.
Kirk.
Well, would it be Cisco in this case?
Maybe, yeah. Sorry about that.
Because remember, Deep Space Nine had the episode of the solar sail and
Yeah,
ships.
the Bajoran sailor solar ships. Yeah. Oh, this looks familiar. That's not the same house, is it?
No,
Okay. Oh, that's right. You said they all got torn down, didn't you?
no. They were about to tear it down, but then a group of people got together and managed to save the house. It's in a new
Oh.
location, and
Mm-hmm.
it sells souvenirs for Top Gun, and also you can get drinks there. And
Mm-hmm. That'd be cool.
yeah,
Oh, that'd be cool. Huh.
I've been by that house many times when I lived in California when it was still occupied. Of course, seeing it when it wasn't occupied, but the fact that people said, no, this is a piece of not only oceanside history, but movie
Mm-hmm.
history. We got to preserve it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Of course, Shane's over on Rumble now. And
Mm-hmm.
glad to have everybody who's here. And if you're not in the Cosme, come on, join us. There's plenty of room on the flight deck.
Mm-hmm. You have to hit the exhaust port. The guns, they stopped.
Remember, this mission needs to succeed. Any failure, and you do have to explain to their next of kin as to why their loved one isn't coming back.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Wrong attitude.
As you can see, Hangman's arrogant.
Yeah. I mean, Iceman was never that bad. Because he wanted to make sure people came back.
Mm-hmm.
He was upset at Maverick for being careless. Mm-hmm.
Playing some mind games with him. If I were Maverick, I would have had words with Hangman.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Not a good time. Yeah. I'm not asking. God, you can't help but love Iceman. You really can't.
Yeah, I think you're gonna like what's coming up.
Everybody loves Maverick, except the Admirals.
True, and those he's trying to train, at least some. And this also might be a little sad for folks, this scene coming up.
Yeah. Mm.
Considering we lost Val Kilmer this year.
He was always fun to watch in the movie.
He was. And the thing is, Val Kilmer didn't want to come back because of what
No.
he'd been going through at the time, and it was Tom Cruise who persuaded him to come back.
Mm-hmm. Look how he can act just by looking.
Yeah, that's the quality actor he was.
Mm-hmm.
His body language,
Mm-hmm.
subtle gestures.
Rivals and now good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, this is a good scene. I mean, both are good quality actors in this scene, man.
Yep.
This is how you do it, Hollywood.
They've forgotten how to do it.
Mm-hmm. The hero, his vulnerable moment. Mm.
Val Kilmer's son did help do some of the ADR for this scene
Mm-hmm.
because he sounds so close to Val Kilmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, long live Space Battleship Yamato, but if you'd like to join us, Fabric Folds, we are watching Top Gun Maverick.
Mm-hmm.
I've got it at max. I've got it as loud as it will go.
Mhm.
And of course, you know this is a homage to the volleyball scene.
Mm-hmm. It's team building.
Yep.
Aw.
I respectfully disagree. I think it has plenty of fan service.
Oh, I think so. A lot of nods, which is one of the things that shows that no matter when time changes, everything seems the same in certain areas.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be that way with the military. You want to capture moments, not the exact, scenes and such.
Well, yeah. I mean, for the ladies that like the volleyball scene in the first one, this scene that just went by, that's fan service for the ladies.
And the Phoenix being out there for the guys.
Yeah.
Oh, she left the door open there, Maverick. What you gonna
She's
do?
she's inviting you in, Maverick.
hmm How? Yeah, you can't say no to that. I know I wouldn't.
It's Jennifer Connelly, man.
Yeah, definitely. Still beautiful lady. Look at the
Mm-hmm.
no audible. Yeah, of course there's no audible. We know that.
You don't always need dialogue in a scene like this.
Mm-mm. hmm No, it's not.
No, as much as you like to protect your kids, you also have to let them grow up.
Yep.
Because now you've just learned what happened to Melly Griffith's character, and
hmm Yeah. Oh.
I still have a crush on Jennifer Connelly.
Oh yeah. How can you not? There we go. Just uh oh. Now I understand all the Star Wars references.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying not to dismiss any of those references. I'm just look at this as its own movie in its own universe.
Oh, I know it is. Well, I'm not. I'm just chuckling at it. It's like, oh yeah.
Because, well, let's face it, for this movie, this is their Death Star,
Yep.
their trench run.
Mhm.
But we didn't get anything like this in the original Star Wars.
No.
I think that would have been pretty neat, seeing the pilots of the X-wings going through their training.
Yeah. Nope. Pelicans didn't like that.
Nope.
Silly pelicans. Stay. Mhm.
Again, I do love the mix of real live action footage with the CGI that they implemented.
Mhm. Yep. There we go.
He's blacking out.
Ah, yeah, using the lock to try to wake him up.
Hmm.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Mhm. Uh-oh. There we go.
And during this, Maverick's having flashbacks.
Yeah. Yep. Hmm, that was close.
Yeah. And for anyone who's just stopping by, if you'd like to watch the movie and you're watching on YouTube and Rumble, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you're over on X, and it's actually in the comment below the original post for today's episode.
Hmm. Hmm.
The scene hits a little harder.
Yep. It does. Mm-mm. Dick.
Well, I mean, let's face it. He's good at playing a dick. Even when he was Sentinel Prime, he was good at voicing the character of a dick.
Mm-hmm.
And, it goes back to the first movie where Charlie was encouraging Maverick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who do you think?
The big FU to the Admiral.
Yep. This stick jockey may be older, but he's still got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Mm-hmm. I jump on couches. I can do this. See, he should have done this earlier because that's exactly what Tom Skerritt's character would have done in the first film.
Mm-hmm. I've seen the behind the scenes footage of that last shot.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a real F-18 that they used. Boom, bitch.
Mm.
But notice how the Admiral did crack a smile, whether he wanted to or not.
Those captain ranks look really nice on him.
They do. The lieutenant ranks look nice on him too in the first one, but Captain, it suits him. He's letting her know.
Mm-hmm. No, they need to have the job get done right.
Mm-hmm.
He's the man. Ooh. We're on the boat.
Yep. She's
Off
a
to Iran.
beauty.
He is.
He's not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's my plane.
Going up.
He's not happy.
Nope. Hangman thinks he should be there.
Yep. And to a degree, probably right, but it's kind of funny that just like the first film, they're kind of taking the real world, but not putting in the words of the real world.
Yeah, it's indirectly related to what's going on in the real world.
Right. I mean, just like Jess Parks said earlier and others, this is definitely an allegory for Iran. And
yeah, just like, because I'll be honest, I have watched this in Discord with a few people, and I even tried to explain that to one person and say it's an allegory. You can insert Iran, you can insert Russia, you can insert any country that we particularly don't have good relations with.
yeah. And see what's really
What were you gonna say?
what I like though is he's not a complete total mirror image of Goose. You can see that it has that kid, that they're could be a kid. And that's the thing in the military. They realize any moment they go on a mission, it's going to be their last
It could
one.
be their last. There's no guarantee they'll come back. But that's also why they train them to make it possible for them to come back with the proper training.
Right.
But you have to be prepared for any possibility.
And again, it's not necessarily the airplane; it's the pilot.
Yep.
The other side might have the better airplanes, but do they have the better pilots?
Exactly. Pilots who know their plane, pilots who can outmaneuver in a dogfight.
That know all the dirty tricks it takes to survive. As Patton said, it's not your job to die for your country; it's to make the other bastard die for his. Remember when AWACS were on giant plane, the larger planes?
I mean, you see how far technology has advanced in the 36 years between this movie and the first one.
Yeah.
And then the fact that Top Gun, the first one, is going to be 40 years old next year.
I don't even want to think about it. Bad enough that Back to the Future is 40. But
Yeah, but, just like Back to the Future, Top Gun still holds up.
yeah. Ooh.
Again, and I do like the mix of the CGI that they used for the planes and
Mhm.
also the real footage that they used that they
Right.
filmed.
Not relying heavily on just the CGI because just like the first one, they did use special effects for the first one too. It's just to enhance it, not to rely on it.
Exactly.
And he sleeping. Mhm. Mm.
The fifth generation fighters.
Mm. Mhm. Yep.
Hmm. Turn on the afterburners. Mhm.
just like his, just like Maverick. Talk to me, Goose.
Yep. Both looking to Goose for guidance.
Mm. Now comes the boom.
Oh, it's coming.
Yep. It didn't go in. It didn't. Oh, there we go. Boom. Just
There's the
impacted on the
boom you're
target.
looking for.
Yes. Mhm. There we go.
Dropping the flares.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yes.
It's too bad there wasn't a real good multiplayer flight simulator game where you could do something
Mhm.
like this.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Mhm. That's teamwork. Well,
Mhm. Maverick wasn't going to let him die.
hmm He's going to tell me a story. Cold.
Hmm. But
Mm.
you come out of it being knocked out, and you see that helicopter, you're going to do exactly what Maverick's doing.
Run, because that's a hind.
Yep.
Mhm. That was a hind.
Not anymore.
Oh, parachute.
Hmm. And Maverick's running on pure adrenaline right now. Maverick's own words coming back to bite him. But that's what a good teacher does for a student.
Hmm. It's good to see you.
This is Maverick we're talking about. Of course he's serious.
Hmm. It's Firefox.
And like I said, that after the movie, I have 2 articles related to the movie that we're going to read.
Okay. Just blended. It's like the first one. They don't ever show the face of the enemy
Mm-hmm.
because it's a nameless enemy.
Yep. It could be anybody, like we said earlier.
Mhm. Well, how's Rooster going to get in there?
You'll see.
Mhm. Aha. Just like the old days.
Yep.
Mhm.
And they've got company.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Nope. Mhm. The master learns from the student.
Mm-hmm. You told Mav not to think, just do it. He's doing just that. No, I will say that last shot of the 14 that looked like one of the shots I used in the first one.
Mhm. Yeah, some of that
Yeah,
black
that
on
is
the
nice. Yep. Another callback. But for the purposes of this movie, of the two of them, Maverick has experience in an F-14.
Yep. Mm.
Yep. I mean, there are plenty of advances and upgrades and changes in
Hmm.
36 years.
On the first one, they had a red star. This one's a red circle.
Mm-hmm. But again, it's not saying one or the other as far as who the
Hmm.
enemy is supposed to be.
Yep. Mm.
Well, it's probably to add a little bit more excitement and drama for the movie, my brother.
Yep.
You gotta have a flyby.
Yep. Well, I'll give them time for the net. No, they brought the hunk of junk home.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even tell you what aircraft carrier that is.
No, where the first one actually told you.
Hmm. Nothing wrong with
No
that,
problem with
Jet.
that, Jet Sparks.
We all are kind of that way, one way or another.
I can understand that, but and I'll be honest, when I watch this movie, even when I'm watching it now, I'm loving it because it just makes you feel good.
Yep. USA, USA, USA.
How appropriate, Baron.
Mhm. Yeah. Now, Joe, go jump on the couch. Okay, it's over. Talk to you guys later.
Not yet, Baron. Not yet.
I know. I'm Miss Bean.
I know.
Heck of a setup for a bar, that's for sure.
They actually built this.
They did?
Yeah. They were looking around for different bars. They couldn't find it, so they said, fine, we're going to build it.
Nice old Porsche. A little bit of a nod back to the first film.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful plane.
Absolutely. And there you see the original helmet, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ed Harris didn't have much of a role, but nice to see him.
Well, it was impactful, too. It may not have been much, but it was impactful.
Exactly. It shows that you don't have to have a large role to have an important and impact, like you said, impactful. Very good film. Very good.
All right,
Definitely.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and stop the movie over on the Cosme side.
Thank you. Because I don't think that music that fits in.
I'm not a Lady Gaga fan.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not.
who it is. Lady Gag Me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Lady Gag Me, Lady Gaga. I'm not a fan of hers.
Well, the music doesn't.
For people who are, that's fine. But her
Yeah,
music
yeah.
doesn't fit Top Gun.
No, no. I mean, you think of Berlin. Take my, how they had that one. It's just like that's what you needed. Something like that, where it was. I don't know, just all and again, impactful. This isn't impactful. This is just like, whatever. This is for a rom com.
Yeah. And
I
you're
mean,
welcome, Lady Mister. And I would love to hear not just your opinion, Baron, but everybody's opinion on this movie. If this is your first time watching it, whether you've watched it more than one time, your thoughts on Top Gun Maverick.
oh, she's rushing
Starting with
out right now to jump into one of the Navy planes there and see what she can do. It's like, I'll go to Iran. I'll go to the other place.
she doesn't she doesn't need a Navy plane. She's got her dragons.
Well, those are her wingmen. Wouldn't that look impressive? Going in with an F-35 or something like that, and then they have all these dragons all around as her wing. Yeah, I would
Yes,
turn heel around.
maybe she'll call her plane the Lady Dragon. Or maybe that's her
Mm.
call sign.
Mhm. That'd be a great name, Lady Dragon. uh,
But Baron, go ahead with your thoughts on Top Gun Maverick.
this is a good bookend. If you're going to do a second film, it's like what you're sitting back saying, do we really need it? Well, yes and no. The yes part is if you have a good story, if it somehow connects with the first one. And this did. It's like a bookend. I don't think they need to do another one unless you really want to focus on Rooster on the next one
Mm-hmm.
and the others. But as it goes for this, you kind of have that heyday of Maverick, and now this is basically the right there. We got the sun going on there. He flew off into the sunset, and really, it'd be hard to have him out there doing these missions because in the Navy they will after a certain age you are grounded.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and yeah, I don't think they need to have another
It,
one. If they do another one, it's got to really be in the similar vein of this. They can't deviate from, dare I say, the formula. But I think we needed it because we needed a good film that made us feel good for ourselves and good for our military, especially with all the attacks and such that people who are, whether they're law enforcement, military, first responders, whatever, they're all getting. This is a sweet letter to them. This is one that's saying,
mm-hmm.
especially with the response, over $1 billion, people going to see it. That shows right there that they can see that we love them.
Mm-hmm.
And uh, uh, again, the scene between Ice and Maverick are wonderful. They're great, especially the fact that so much of that scene was done with Val Kilmer being silent, and it's again, like we said, the body language, the facial language,
Mm-hmm.
all that until he actually did speak, uh, those short lines to make sure that to impact Maverick on what he's trying to get through. And that scene is so good for other things too. Is showing that he's helping guide, a rival helping guide his friend, former rival.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the hero needing to have that boost. There's nothing wrong with a strong hero needing the boost because all strong heroes have that moment where they stumble a little bit, they question themselves,
Mm-hmm.
they're wondering, are they up to it? And this right here is American folklore that we need. This is how you do heroes. And now that yeah, now that Tom Hanks is over 60 years old and still doing insane stuff, he's finally admitting that he's got to slow down. He said he'd do another Mission Impossible, but they gotta remember that he's only 60 years old, as he said.
Mm-hmm. and he's
But
gonna need that stunt double. But
mhm.
go ahead, Bear, with your thoughts.
Oh yeah. I mean, the only way I can see a third one, and I agree with Lady Mist. I'm not encouraging a third one. These two are enough. These are bookends. This is a duology. And it's great that it took so long between the one film and the other because this did have that natural time, natural aging, uh, especially with the actors and their skills. Uh, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, others in there. Uh, it, it's good because we've taken that journey, almost 40-year journey with them. How
Mm-hmm.
often people watch that Top Gun film, and now we got that. We see our heroes a little older, but they're still ready to take up the armor and the sword and do what's necessary, and it helps us identify even more. This is a fantastic film when it comes around to having an American folklore, and both need to be, both should be watched. In fact, it would be a great doubleheader.
It would, and that was my original plan for
Hmm.
Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick was to have them as a double feature. But then, of
Right.
course, we get the sad news back in April, on
Hmm.
April 1st, that it wasn't a joke that
Right.
Val Kilmer had succumbed to cancer and passed away.
Yep.
And
Hmm.
so called an audible and said, we're going to put up a vote of Val Kilmer movies.
Hmm.
And Top Gun won out. So we watched Top Gun back in April.
Yeah.
And I figured, okay, the best time to show Top Gun Maverick would be 4th of July weekend.
Right. This is a patriotic film. This is a film that the nattery nabobs out there crying up into the sky and hating on America, these ungrateful sons of a bitches out there. Hate. They hate America. They hate this. And I'm not even holding back. These people hate the United States. Uh, that are out there. And if it pisses them off, I'm for it. Because no matter what, this is your nation.
Mm-hmm.
You love your nation. You might not love the government that's in, but you still freaking love this nation. It's your home.
Mm-hmm.
And this film helps keep that fire alive. It was actually something that we did need, especially a couple years ago with everything going on.
I mean, think about it. It comes out in May of 2022.
Yep.
Memorial Day weekend of all
Mhm.
weekends,
Right.
and we're still going through the early effects of the coup.
Hmm.
Say what you will about that. I'm not going to get too political here,
No,
but
no.
we needed a film like this, and this actually brought people to the theaters.
Yep.
That's what Hollywood is currently missing. Films that will bring audiences to the theaters and make them, come out with a smile on their face and going, yeah,
Yeah.
that was an awesome movie. Okay, you
No,
can nitpick the flight scenes to hell. You can nitpick certain scenes
yeah.
to hell if you want. But overall, you watch the movie and you're like, fuck yeah.
Well, that's why I put the emphasis on the folklore. The stuff that you would nitpick on there. It's like, forget about it. This is folklore. This is like talking about a big man who was a lumberjack. And every time people told stories about this guy, the lumberjack got bigger, 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 and then finally got a giant blue ox. And now you have this huge giant of a man and a giant blue ox. The story came from reality, but it got embellished. And you had a little embellishing in that. That's what folklore. Look at, as you know, Mike, you're big in the Old West. Look at all the embellishment that came out of the Old West. That's hard to define history.
Absolutely.
And, hard to find the truth in the actual, tall tales.
Mhm.
And
The liberties were taken with Tombstone, liberties were taken with Wider, liberties were taken with any movie based on historical events in the Old
Yeah.
West. Let's face it.
Yeah.
There might have been some fact in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But liberties were taken.
Well,
And
I mean, Jeremiah.
we didn't care. Honestly, we
No.
didn't care. We enjoyed the movie because of the cast,
Mm-hmm.
the characters they portrayed, even if some of those characters were based off real life people,
Right.
and the story that was centered around these people that we meet.
See, that's the one thing that always pisses me off about these little snotty, nattery nabobs that think they're intellectual. America doesn't, it's such a small, it's not that old of a country. They don't have folklore and all that. Really? Really? We got folklores. We have tall tales. We're 250 years old next year. That's a quarter of a millennium, right? So we have Paco Pete. We have Johnny Appleseed. Again, Johnny Appleseed, a real man that got turned into a legend. Whoever the man is that was Paul Bunyan, I do believe there was a guy who was that Paul Bunyan's based off of that got embellished throughout time. I'm absolutely sure he was an actual living person. He was probably a taller over everybody else, and again, they just kept spinning the hill. We don't know anything about that now, would we? No. So we've had that going along, and we've started missing that, and now this film helps follow through with that.
And if we didn't have folklore, Baron, then why was there a period of time where Italy was filming westerns?
Yeah.
Which gave us the spaghetti westerns if we didn't have folklore.
Right. It's amazing how many Europeans at one time, and even still to this day, are just hooked on westerns and that the myth of the Old West. I mean, the stories that they have around Johnny Ringo and if you want to go back to a little bit before the Wild Wild West, Jim Boyd, Davy Crockett, all across that board. This, it makes it hard to have the true history, but the folklore, however, is just beautiful. Judge Roy Bean, Jeremiah Lever Eating Johnson. I mean, actually, that's the one thing. Jeremiah Johnson with Robert Redford was actually tamed down from the actual historical person. Jeremiah Johnson was much more. It was it's like night and day in how tame the movie is compared. It's one of the few times that Hollywood did that. The Kingston Trio had an album, about tall tales and folklore and stuff like that. And they speak about El Camino Real, about the man who was riding a horse trying to get the message that about an attack on, I believe it was on Los Angeles, and how the horse was just pounding and was a miracle worker. These tales that we have out there that were on this land, but yet, no one wants to talk about it. Washington Irving giving us Sleepy Hollow. I mean, when you think about Sleepy Hollow, it's like, well, that just came from a book from Washington Irving, but look how that permeated in. And how much we love it, especially around Halloween. This is a film that's, in fact, I'm going to sit back and say, these films are folklore, tall tales. Both, and that's not taking away from our military, but actually it's helping the military, because it's like a lot of us look at, a pilot like this, right? How can you not really look up and go, wow, and look at it as a hero? Because is there any way you could do that? Is there any way you could be part of the Blue Angels or I got a mental block on the other team that they go out there and flying and do all those wonderful stunts? The ones that are taking off and landing on a moving boat with hardly a runway on there.
They're literally being slingshotted off that aircraft carrier.
Right.
I mean, let's look back at the first Top Gun. How many more people started going to air shows after the first Top Gun just to see not only F-14s, but historic planes that were there.
Yeah. And some of the things that they do with those historical planes too, it's like, wow, that thing can move,
Yeah. It may have one single propeller, it may have two propellers, it may have four. But the things they were able to do at the shows are things, in some cases, they had to do in actual combat.
I mean, like I know I told you about before, but it's like that at the one air show that I was at, kind of working at that time. Invited guest, you might say, the group that I was part of. But I later the next year I got involved with it. But when you have a B-52 that flew in from Minot and she went down in dirty, bomb bay doors open and everything, you could read the lettering on the plane almost literally. And it's like, whew. And then that's what our enemy sees? Of course, the pilot got reprimanded. There's the Air Force's Maverick there. That guy performed the Maverick move.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure other people have seen it too. I'm saying this with full confidence that you see pictures from World War II where you have B-17s that are beat up and battered. They've got big holes in them, yet somehow, some way, enough of it held together to get them back home.
Yeah. The stupid thing shouldn't have come back, but that's just it. It was stupid enough and, more importantly, stubborn enough. It was stupid enough to have to sit back and say, oh, that didn't hurt me, and stubborn enough going, I'm taking you home.
Those planes were built tough back then.
Yeah.
I mean, you see sections of the tail taken out. You see sections of the nose taken out, and the thing still managed to make it home.
Big gashes in the side. Oh, the B-17. There's a reason why she was called the Fortress. There's just no doubt about it.
Of course, you had the B-24s, B-25s.
Yeah. The B-24s.
Fighter planes that would come back bruised and battered.
I mean, you take steps back even to World War I, where you had Iron Men with wooden wings. I mean, you had, of course, Richthofen is one of the ones that fame, but Eddie Reckenbacher, you had Frank Luke, the balloon buster. I mean, even Hermann Goering, he was part of the flying circus. But these people that were going up in these planes were basically you could literally have a dogfight over a football field at that time. And now we're virtually doing a combat over countries. No, I mean, you need that much space to be able to turn your plane around, type of thing. It's like,
especially
wow,
how fast a lot of these planes go nowadays.
Right, exactly. And in just a mere century or so, a little over a century, of flight combat, flight warfare.
I mean, in almost 100 years, you have pilots who had to use their instinct and actually look to find enemy planes.
Yeah.
Where now, yes, pilots still use their instinct, but they also have technology along with them at their disposal to use to track enemy targets, to track enemy planes, enemy missiles, what have you.
Well, they have so many pop-ups, whether it's on their helmet visors and all around them. It's like, I would get lost with all that stuff. Can you move some of that so I can actually see out the window? It's almost to the point they don't even need a see-through canopy. They can be all sealed up in full armor because, everything's there, that they need. But
everything is displayed for them in real time.
How soon until they jack into the plane, literally? It's like, okay, we've all plugged this into this node behind your neck here, and blah blah blah. Close to Firefox. Think about how forward thinking that was, with how where you could use your thought to help fly that plane. Of course, you had to know Russian, which is basically the thing for the pilot. But that'd be a great film to see. Again,
Yeah.
Firefox. But, and again, whether people like it or not, this is a patriotic film. There's nothing wrong with being patriotic. There's nothing wrong with loving your country. There's nothing wrong with the fact that, yeah, we have flaws. Just because somebody else got in that we didn't like doesn't mean it's time to tear down everything and whine and cry and scream at the sky and throw bricks and all that BS.
No,
Because,
you don't tear apart your country. You don't destroy your own home just because you don't like something. What you do is you work to build it back better.
Exactly. That's what this nation is about, is building everybody all together. It's not about being jealous because someone's got it better off than you. My God, if that was the case, I'd be jealous and pissy all the time. It's not important. The richness is in your heart. The richness is in your neighbors that are good. And it doesn't matter what color their skin or their creed is or sexuality. It doesn't matter.
There are still good people in this country. The only thing we're hearing about over and over again, because unfortunately they are causing most of the noise, are the bad people.
Right. And of course, the lamestream media, who can't say anything good about this nation. I have to remind you, everybody, they hate you. They hate you. I mean, they do not like us. And if they're offended that we hold their feet by the fire and call them out, and they start screaming about how horrible we are and trolls and call us fake news, even though we can see with our own eyes what's going on, then there's something wrong. They have just set themselves up as kings, an oligarchy, as a fascist mouthpiece. Because the one thing that really needs to keep their feet to the fire, even more so than people in the government, is your press. Why? Do you want another William Randolph Hearst? Well, guess what? We got worse than that now. We have such yellow journalism today that's coming out of all these pissheads. You wish that William Randolph Hearst was back. That's how bad it is. And it means that we as Americans that love this nation need to stand up. And more now, people are letting their voices know because they're fed up. The fatigue is real. The fatigue of being told that we're bad, horrible people. Oh, you don't agree with me, so you're just an estphobe. Marching a goose step. Well, they're the ones that are the ests and phobes and marching in a goose step. Can't think of anything different.
No, they can't.
And, that's part of the conversation. It's about getting along with everybody. It's about loving everybody. We love our neighbors. We should.
Love thy neighbor.
As yourself, yes. And this is a great film. This helps fire up that, I'm going out on a limb. We're, my 5-year, I think we're about there. I know people are still being pessimistic, but it's amazing how things can turn around absolutely fast. I know look how fast it came in. It was creeping, the crap and the garbage, right? It creeped in, and then all of a sudden the floodgates opened up for them. And that's when we really got deluged. That's where we got crap like Kurtzman track. That's where we got KK Starwarts. That's where we got, chin balls and Davies and all that, Dr. What? All this stuff being destroyed. And it's been a hard push. No one's buying it. This film shows that it's gone the other way. It's going to take off fast. My 5 years, I think we're about maybe 1.5 years on that. And this came out in 22.
And 22, and people went out to see it
3 years ago. So with how the studios are going, crumbling apart. James Gunn going to be utterly failing at the box office with Superman, especially with all the shit I saw. The destruction of that hero. The Fantastic Four, which is going to burn as well. Might be not as bad as Superman, but it's not going to do that well. Again, what they're doing to destroy that group of superheroes, people are fed up with it. It's not superhero fatigue. It's bullshit fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
It's woke fatigue.
But we're not done talking about Top Gun Maverick. I did say I have 2 articles related to the movie from 3 years ago.
That's because we play games that are 10 years old and read articles that are 3.
Well, I know you're joking. I know you're joking.
Yeah.
I'm the straight man of the group, and
yes,
these articles are related to this movie. So I'm actually going to go ahead and post both of them because we're going to read them back to back.
Yeah, and what's important about looking at these, just like playing the old games, it reminds us. Well, it helps with the history. It's chronicling, especially this movie, just like the games. It helps show games that we've had and why they're so good. I mean, just because stuff is older, forget
you
about
don't throw it away.
Right. That's why I got a huge library here that threatens to crumb down and crush me to death. And if I'm not seen again, you'll know that it was probably that copy of Battlefield Earth that conked me on my head because a 1,000-page tome of L. Ron Hubbard silliness.
All right,
yes, I have read it.
Well, I don't blame you. So we're going to look at this first one from June 20th of 2022. So again, both these articles are from 3 years ago, but they're relevant to today's watch party. Mm-hmm. And this comes from Line, and it's by Meg Godoweski. And it was actually posted. I've never heard of it either. I was looking and looking, and I said, come on, there's got to be somewhere out there that has actual information that's not made up. Mm. And I found this one. So this was originally posted on Monday, June 20th, 2022. And it says, he's the fastest man alive. This line is uttered in Top Gun Maverick when Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell achieves Mach 10 in the Dark Star, a reusable hypersonic piloted aircraft that is ostensibly a creation of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. Note the Lockheed Martin logo of the skunk on the tail of the aircraft in the movie.
Yeah, that's them going, Boeing, ha!
Mm-hmm. I felt a surge of pride when I saw the familiar logo. My father worked at Lockheed Martin Advanced Development Projects, known as Skunk Works, for more than 30 years. Dad never told us what he did. He couldn't. He would go on work trips to someplace in the desert. Us kids were taught to say, Daddy builds rockets when someone asked what our father did for work.
Gee, I wonder where you went in the desert.
The Mojave?
Let me say, yeah.
Yeah, there is Edwards Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm. Little Area 51 action.
Yep. Skunk Works goes Hollywood. Skunk Works, which got its name because the plant produced a strong, unpleasant odor, especially on warm days, by definition, is a place of secrecy. The skunk is the mascot of Skunk Works, a term for Lockheed Martin Advanced Development that goes back to 1943 when engineer Clarence L. Kelly Johnson led a team in Southern California tasked with designing a jet for the military. Because manufacturing space was impossible to find because of the war, the team worked out of a rented circus tent set up next to a plastics manufacturing plant.
Wow.
According to a spokesman from Lockheed Martin, Paramount Pictures approached the aerospace company in 2017 with a request for technical expertise in the production of Top Gun Maverick. Lockheed Martin Skunk Works designed and produced a conceptual, reusable, piloted hypersonic aircraft referred to as the Dark Star in the film, she said. The fictional Dark Star's lines evoke two other Lockheed Martin aircraft, the SR 71 Blackbird.
Mm-hmm.
The SR stands for Strategic Reconnaissance, the now retired Superfast design, and the Lockheed Martin F 35, also known as the world's most advanced fighter jet. Flying was told not to confuse Dark Star with the SR 72, a concept referred to as the son of Blackbird, which is a construct ostensibly suggested by the media in 2013, but never confirmed as concept by Skunkworks. Dark Star is movie fiction, the spokesperson explained, saying Dark Star is a hyper realistic aircraft concept designed specifically for Top Gun Maverick. Hypersonic technology is progressing, and work being done across Lockheed Martin today is laying the foundation for a reusable hypersonic vehicle such as Dark Star to one day be possible. The fictional aircraft was 5 years in the making. The development team took it seriously, keeping in mind the shaping, materials, and components that must withstand heat, environmental stressors caused by high speed flight. In addition, Lockheed Martin helped design realistic flight gear, shared artifacts for the set, and arranged site tours and demonstrations to support the effort. The team provided insights to drive realism into the storyline, serving as consultants throughout filming. The company's spokesperson said, proud of their part in the movie. Lockheed Martin has a webpage dedicated to information about Top Gun Maverick. There you will find more information about the project and a few of Lockheed Martin designers who worked on it, identified only by their first names: Jim, Jason, Lucio, and Becky. Jim is
Everybody.
credited Jim is credited with conceptual design. Jason and Lucio handled the task of turning the conceptual designs into a realistic aircraft model with a working cockpit. Becky, a mechanical engineer, worked with the movie team to build the Dark Star vehicle, including the functional cockpit. Throughout the filming process, her job was to keep the model structurally sound. Jeremy Hindle, the movie's production designer from Paramount, described Dark Star's design as angry, mean, and insanely fast. If only it were real. In the movie, Dark Star, the Dark Star mission is never openly discussed. However, we are told that the government wants to pool the funding on the project because it hasn't yet reached Mach 10. It is intimidated that the test flight protocols, which set specific targets to reach and go no further than Mach 10, are short of Mach 9. Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell bends the rules a bit to get one last test flight. And see, this is another reason why I thought this would be a good article to talk about and read and discuss after the movie, because this way everybody who wanted to watch it with us has already watched it and they're not being spoiled by anything.
No, we don't want to spoil.
Test flights involve a protocol where a target is set and achieved, but do not involve pushing the envelope. Maverick is cautioned not to make the flight Mach 9. Not to make the flight. Mach 9 is 6,905.42 miles per hour. The closest a piloted aircraft has come to that speed in reality is the SR 71 Blackbird, one of my favorite planes. One of my favorite. I just love its sleek design, and I'll have to look for it, but somewhere on a hard drive, I have a picture of me at the Virginia Air and Space Museum in front of a Blackbird that they have on display.
Mm-hmm.
which reached Mach 3.3 or 2,193 miles per hour. I mean, heck, at that speed, I'm going to go to the grocery store. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. And flies high, too. I mean,
yeah, it does. It does. There's a dramatic sequence as Maverick dons his high altitude flight suit and helmet as he prepares for the before sunrise launch. The tension mounts as the aircraft climbs into the dawn sky, and the cockpit Mach number readout heads toward the targeted value. Is it possible to fly an aircraft as fast as Mach 9? Operating in the hypersonic flight realm is difficult, the Lockheed Martin spokesperson said. The film depicts both a notional aircraft and a notional flight test scenario. The pathfinding work being done today is vitally important. The notional scenario in the film does not represent today's work. No, that's a complete work of fiction done for the movie.
mm-hmm.
This wasn't the first time Lockheed Martin created a Dark Star. In the 1990s, Lockheed Martin created the RQ-3 Dark Star, a high-altitude unmanned aerial vehicle designed for endurance, not for speed. The UAV did its first flight in March of 1996. The project was terminated in 1999 because the aircraft did not meet expectations. 3 remaining Dark Star UAVs are in museums. One is at the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio. One is at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., and the third is at the Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington. Perhaps someday, just as the flying scenes in the original Top Gun inspired generations to become military aviators, this movie will also inspire future generations of engineers.
Well, I think, Mike, you and I can agree on this part here. You cannot trust a single word that comes out of Lockheed's skunk works on what you're saying. You cannot trust a word because of all the secrecy and things like that.
They're going to give you false flags.
Right. And them taking that many years to work on a fictional plane, right? Right down to a functional cockpit. And if you take a look at the design, remember I was saying that, pretty soon we don't even need to have windows in the cockpit. Well, the Dark Star was basically that way. They didn't even have like a forward view, just the side views.
Mm-hmm.
Because why? Everything's computerized. I think the Dark Star is more truth than fiction. Whatever they're, and the big thing is maybe the Dark Star, when they say it's, with the project or such, that what they're working on is a lot more advanced than this.
Mm-hmm.
They're just giving you a cookie crumble.
Yeah.
One to throw people off and go, ooh, maybe people out there going, oh, Lockheed work. Maybe this is a preview of things to come, because you had things like that with the B-2 and the F-117. You had model kits out before they even announced that these planes were official planes. Why? A lot of people sat by Area 51, especially people from testers, and took pictures as they watched the planes fly. So it's going to be interesting to see what they are really working on because, I think I think what they're working on is right now is going to be interesting, and at least it's not Boeing.
And one of the first model planes I put together myself was one of an F-117 stealth bomber. So, that when I first saw the design for the stealth, I was like, "Ooh, that's mean."
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, it's just all lines. Where's the angular to it?
But
It's
that was the point of it, so it can deflect the radar.
Yeah, exactly. But you just look at the plane going, how can this thing fly? Well, it's simple. I mean, all these fighter jets are basically bricks with giant engines to keep them going. And
and Lester, don't ever feel bad about the time that you come in, because remember, here on Pacific414, here on Pop Talk, I'm just looking for it. It's in here somewhere. There it is. There it is.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Yay.
So good to see you, Lester. Good, and good to see Padawannabe too.
Good old Patty.
Yeah. But I mean, think about it, Baron. And for all these false flags, all the smoke that Lockheed and Boeing will put out there, you do wonder, okay, how much of this plane is real, and when might we see something like it?
When you put 4 people on a project like that for how many years just to make a movie prop, you sit back and go, okay, where's Hurt Bill when we need him?
Yeah. You sit back and think, you're not working on something like that, but you got 4 people working on this, and how much are they going to reveal about the actual aircraft they're building or something like it? How much are they allowed to do?
Oh, not a stinking word. Just like
I know they can't reveal anything, but you look at the design of the Dark Star, you do think to yourself, oh, there's some truth to this plane in this movie to something in real life. Mm-hmm. Am I wrong for thinking that way?
Nope. I mean, Mike, you and I are old enough to remember all the stories that came out, about Area 51 and,
mm-hmm.
and
all the different experiments that are going on there, and
and the model kits that came out before the planes came out, and the first time we ever heard of the F-117 officially doing something was in Panama. A fighter bomber going in with the rest, and it's like, wow, So yeah, you can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth, but you could probably see. I don't know if you can get close enough now, but you sure can see some interesting lights in the skies coming from there. That's for sure. I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next article that is related to Top Gun Maverick. So,
and just to let you know, just like Fraser Crane, I'm listening.
Well, that's why I said what I said, Baron. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. Stop sharing that. And let's share the right article. Again, both these articles that we're looking at are from 2022, and they are related to today's movie that we just watched. But I have this one from Fighter Jets World that was posted on June 15th, 2019. Because you have to remember, Top Gun Maverick was originally scheduled to come out in June of 2020. But because of the COVID pandemic, whatever you want to call it, everything being shut down the way it was, they delayed the movie. And we ended up getting it when we did. So, we got it in 2022. And I'm sorry, I said both these articles were from 2022. This one's from 2019, so I am correcting myself. That is a mistake by me. But this article says, here's the F-14 Tomcat fighter aircraft used for the filming of Top Gun Maverick. And there you see a picture of the aircraft. It says, on December 20th, 2018, we reported actor Tom Cruise reunited with an F-14 Tomcat on a snowy set in Tahoe in Top Gun 2. Later, on February 15th, 2019, the same legendary F-14 Tomcat was brought back on deck, on the deck of an aircraft carrier for Top Gun 2 production. On February 16th, 2019, photos showed F-14 snared in carrier's crash barricade. Photos appeared online showed F-14 snared in carrier's crash barricade on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. So, spoiler alert, we might see 10th Tomcat at emergency landing into the ship's barricade in Top Gun 2 movie, which we did. It says the F-14 Tomcat, and it's got its numbers 159631, used for the filming of Top Gun Maverick, belongs to the San Diego Air and Space Museum, Giuseppe. And hold on, I just lost myself. Giuseppe Field Annex was disassembled to be returned to Giuseppe Field with the unique Top Gun markings on its side. After taking part in the filming of Top Gun 2 at Naval Air Station North Island and nearby during the winter, the aircraft returned to the San Diego Air and Space Museum on June 10th, as following Facebook shows. Of course, it's got the link there for it, so I'll go ahead and put this link in here for everybody.
Okay.
It's a long link, but
as long as it's not one of DJ Ronnie G's links, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah. But going ahead and put it into the chat right now. So just give me a few seconds.
Wait a minute. How did he survive that? I would have thought you would have let one of your dragons loose on DJ. Did one of the turtles talk him out of it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm
just doing a little side bit while he's doing this here to entertain you. Am I not entertaining you?
I appreciate you doing that. Let me just get it over on X too for those who might be listening, lurking, just dropping by over on X.
Didn't DJ Ronnie G give you a link or whatever that he didn't mean to send you?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
She said what? She said what in there? So I'm just saying. I'm telling Mike to be careful not to do that. We don't need. I was just wondering how DJ did not get a dragon attack.
And it says here, as reported by the aviationist.com on June 13th, a reader visiting the annex found that the aircraft has already been reassembled. Interestingly, the aircraft was moved with all the movie insignia exposed. The assembly crew took them off, but as the photos in this post prove, this didn't make a difference. The Tomcat had a resting hook. Some speculated it barricaded because it might have been land-based version, whether it was just put back on for restoration or was on during shoot, I don't know. Our reader explained in an email. There were no engines in it. Right wingtip, a little beat up, otherwise in pretty good shape. Well, we don't know anything about the aircraft and her role in Top Gun sequel. It's not clear whether the aircraft will be repainted to its previous livery or something else, nor is it known if it will be moved elsewhere. Still, the fact that the eye of a Top Gun geek appears to be in a good shape is good news. Top Gun sequel, dubbed Top Gun Maverick, filming is underway right now as of the time that this article was originally posted. And it says Top Gun Maverick will reportedly revolve around Tom Cruise's Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell as he trains Bradley Bradshaw, who is a pilot trainee, as well as the son of Maverick's late partner, Nick Goose Bradshaw, who was played by Anthony Edwards in the original 1986 film. Bradshaw will be played by actor Miles Teller. Additionally, the new film will also feature Val Kilmer returning as Commander Thomas Iceman Kosinski, plus Jennifer Connelly. Of course, we know Val Kilmer comes back as Admiral Kosinski. Jennifer Connelly, Glen Powell, Ed Harris will also be appearing during Top Gun filming. Few accusations of Tom, probably meant to say filming, accusations of Tom Cruise disrespecting the USS Theodore Roosevelt crew also surfaced on social media. Screenshot of the USS Theodore Roosevelt crew chat surfaced on social media in which they were showing their hatred toward Tom Cruise. Accusations were later denied by Navy officials. Of course, it has the details right here. If you want to read these, I'll go ahead and post the links.
Somehow I think that's a little BS, but
yeah, I think someone's just trying to drum up some drama at that particular point in time. I mean, yes, it was reported, and cast and crew have confirmed that they almost got kicked off, and some did get kicked off an aircraft carrier, which was the Enterprise, when they were filming the first Top Gun movie. But you know how people like to drum up drama, and
especially in Hollywood. It's buzz. It gets buzz.
Yeah. So there you go for that. And okay, should do it. I'm just making sure I've got it, all the sites covered. If I've duplicated any links, don't worry about it. But of course, then it goes on to talk about the screenplay when it was approved. But those were the two articles I found in relation to this movie, and especially I thought it was pretty neat to read about the Dark Star. You know, the people that they had working on it, but also I was more and more curious about the F-14. I knew it wasn't an airworthy F-14, but I had wondered to myself, could it have been an airworthy F-14 at a time that it is now on display in a museum? And of course, the San Diego Air and Space Museum is one I've been to many times, especially on field trips in school. And, you know, the fact that they used one for certain aspects of the movie, I thought it was a nice touch.
Again, fan service.
Yeah. And
it
of
was.
Course, yeah, it was. The F-14 was retired in 2006. It originally started, you know, as a prototype. They started in, I believe it was either 69 or 1970. Lady Miss says it was nice to hear about, but yeah, a lot of work went into this movie, and the work paid off. I just wish Hollywood would remember that good movies aren't hard to make.
No. And they don't need a lot of money, even though, like this one did, because it was, you know, everything involved in it. But you don't need to pour a ton of money into a film to make it successful. Maybe a little advertising, but.
And if you would like, Baron, we can go ahead and take a look at the weekend box office for this 4th of July weekend.
You know, that's the only reason why I come by this show every Sunday. Nothing else but that. So I would be hurt if we didn't see that.
All right. Because it looks like Jurassic World fell short of projections. I saw an article yesterday where they had originally projected the movie to make $140 million this weekend.
does that mean we might have dinosaur fatigue?
I think people are just tired of these big budget films that are retread after retread after retread.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the July 4th weekend box office and Jurassic World Rebirth with Scarlett Johansson, who, from one article I saw, doesn't like the male gaze anymore, but that's what helped bring her fame, was the male gaze.
You'd figure as they get older, they appreciate it better.
Yeah.
But it means that you're still good looking, you know?
Jurassic World Rebirth only made $91.5 million from Friday to today.
I have a feeling this one will not make $1 billion. Just saying.
Now, I will give it credit. It did make $25 million during its Thursday opening. Now, looking at it in total, yes, it has made $147 million domestically, $171 million internationally. But unlike you, Baron, I don't see this movie going to $1 billion.
No, that's just going to drop what was coming in. And this is a July 4th holiday weekend, with the 4th being on a Friday, and them starting on the Thursday.
Yeah. I mean, remember, it wasn't that long ago. Movies would open up on the July 4th, and some of them could make $200 million in just that July 4th weekend.
Yeah. I mean, really, that worldwide, this movie should have been closer to the worldwide.
I mean, well, we're going to keep doing with Jurassic Park movies, Jurassic World, whatever you want to call them. Have the same old retread. That's exactly what they're doing.
Right. I mean, how many of these have been out there now? I don't even know. I honestly do not know, and I don't care, really.
Well,
but
I know you don't care, but we had the 3 original Jurassic Park movies. We had the 3 Jurassic World movies, and this is Jurassic World Rebirth, so that makes 7.
So it's 7 total. Okay. Yeah. And how far away have they fell from the original concept? I mean, I don't know. Other than the fact that extracting DNA. Okay, we understand. It's like every other freaking Jurassic. You're extracting dinosaur DNA. Yippee. Same old, same old. So.
I thought the first Jurassic World was a decent movie.
Oh, yeah.
I ended up buying it.
Yeah, well, because Michael Crichton was heavily involved with it. It was off of, his stuff. And Steven Spielberg did the film. So, I mean, classic storyteller and a classic filmmaker. I mean, there's a reason why that first one was so good.
Yeah, because when I saw the first one back in '93, I was 15 years old, and I'm watching the movie, and this movie's awesome. And I've watched it years later, even on the 30th anniversary, where I joined Pops for a discussion on Jurassic Park, and still watching and going, this movie's still awesome.
I mean, yeah, sure. We saw the dinosaur dung, but it would have been really great to actually seen the dinosaur taking a poop on something. One of the Jeeps. I don't know. Whatever. I'll go for the bathroom humor. Cash might not.
Yeah. That's fine. To each their own. And oops, I didn't know the original total for at least this weekend. 26.1 million for F1 with Brad Pitt. Oops, why did I do that? Why did I do that? I'm an idiot.
I know. I thought bikinis. Babies.
You know what, folks? I have to keep Baron happy. Baron, calm down. Here's some boobies.
Boobies. That's what I'm going to be for the rest of the show now. I saw boobies.
All right, Beavis. But 26.1 this weekend. It had 50 million last weekend, somewhere around there, and its total right now domestically is 109 million. And then you got the 184 internationally for 293. Now, honestly, I don't see this movie cracking $1 billion. I see this movie maybe at 400 million worldwide.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I might have heard wrong, but is this like based on an actual video game, the F1 video game, or are they tied together in some way?
Well, let me find out some information because I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could too. I mean,
let's find out here. And I'm not going to talk out of my ass acting like I know.
Like me.
Is F1 movie based on anything? It might be. It might be a conglomerate of things. And the answer I'm getting is that it's not based on a specific real life story.
Mm-hmm.
So that, of course,
Yeah, because I know there's that F1 game, so I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't fully paying attention when people were talking about it, but they're saying about like an F1 game being a movie. It's like, okay, what are you all talking about? So I just didn't know if that was somehow tied in with the actual video game.
I know last year they had Gran Turismo come out in the theaters, and Padawannabe, did you say that you liked the Gran Turismo movie and you wish that it had done better? Yeah, it's not F1's not entirely based on a true story, but the plot lines are familiar to real life World Grand Prix racing.
Yeah.
So
it's like the James Gardner film Grand Prix. I mean, way back when.
But I mean, it looks like it's a good movie. I wouldn't object to going to see it.
No. I mean, it's not like Ford versus Ferrari, which was supposed to be based on a true story. So.
And Lester says he's on the same mind when it comes to Gran Turismo. I'd buy it on physical. Yeah.
I'd buy that for $1. Sorry, I do.
And the Padawannabe says that Gran Turismo needed a bigger climax. Yeah, it does look fun. I'm curious to go see it myself. But I don't think that, as far as here in the States, there's a large enough audience for a movie that's centered around F1 racing.
Yeah, that's more of a European thing, even though we do have people involved with the F1.
Yeah, we are. I think if it was NASCAR, I think there would be more people in line to do it. I mean, heck, even Demolition Derby.
That was a big thing at one time.
It was. And the live action How to Train Your Dragon hasn't done too bad for itself.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for a movie that, had an animated source and gets a live action adaptation. Yeah, it made 11 million this weekend, but as you just saw, 224 million domestically and 292 internationally for that 516 you see down below. That doesn't seem too bad. I don't know what the budget. Yeah, I don't know what its budget was, but as long as it was within a manageable range, of course, Hollywood can't seem to do that with every movie nowadays. I would think that How to Train Your Dragon made a profit.
I think it might have. Then there's Pixar's big failure.
Oh yeah, Disney Pixar's big failure, Elio.
huge. Oh wow, it hasn't even cracked 100.
Nope.
I knew it was doing horrible. And look how many theaters.
Yeah.
It's only done that.
Yeah. Yeah. And we are going to talk about an article on Wednesday's show about Disney going through a 5th round of layoffs and Bob Iger giving himself a 30% pay raise. Yeah. Yeah. And yet you've got failures like this, Snow White.
Mm-hmm.
And
from what I understand,
Lilo and Stitch didn't do all that hot either.
No,
not what they were expecting, at least.
Yeah, Elio is supposed to be 100% woke in that thing. So it's like, well, no wonder why. What? Come on, Pixar, you're better than that. But then they did do Lightyear, but it's like, well, boy, Lightyear really sucked. Hey, wait, hold my beer. Let's see if we can do one worse.
Of course, there you see what 28 years later has done domestically, internationally, and worldwide. And it didn't make a lot of money. And then, of course, you got Megan 2.0, the sequel that doesn't know what it wants to be.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Pop Talk.
Well, at least with Pop Talk, I do try to help guide it in the right direction.
Yeah, but you got Cash and me. We're the wheelers. That's 30 million.
You help too, Baron. It's a team effort. So does Cash.
That's not really good.
No, not compared to the first one. When you compare it to the first one and how well that one did, that is pitiful.
And I'm sure they threw more money at this to make it.
They did 28 million, where the other one was made with 12 million.
Yeah, 30 million. That's not. Yeah, they need a little bit more than 30 million to actually make a profit.
Yeah, they do, and I was reading other reviews, on YouTube mainly, but there were people like me who were saying this movie doesn't know what it wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the formula that worked for the first one isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Megan's not supposed to be a protagonist. She's supposed to be an antagonist.
Right.
You could have Megan get rid of Amelia near the end, and then Megan says, all right, now that my competition's out of the way, it's go time. But no, they only hint at it. They don't act upon it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And, of course, you got Lilo and Stitch.
Ooh, what we got with Lilo?
It's almost to $1 billion, but I don't know that it's going to crack $1 billion.
Yeah.
Especially as its box office returns start getting lower and lower because of, how long it's been out. Let's face it.
Mm-hmm. But that's not really bad what they had there. Yeah, they're not going to crack $1 billion, but nothing to sneeze at. Take two. Nothing to sneeze at. There we go.
No, I'm not saying that $972 million isn't anything to sneeze at, but I know it's not where Disney would like it to be.
Yeah. Well, boo-hoo for them. They actually got success. Don't be pissy.
And I wish Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning was doing better. But again, this movie suffers from a large budget. If it didn't have a large budget, I'm sure it would be a profitable film. Because even, $576 million isn't anything to sneeze at, but it's its budget that really hurts it. And I'm going to look up the budget real quick.
And they want to make another one.
No. Let's end it. Let's end it. Please.
Well, I can't remember if we said this actually on air or before, but Tom Cruise saying that there's only one way he'd come back and do that film if you make the action scenes a little bit more tolerable to my 60-plus-year-old body.
Well, I know we talked about that with Keanu Reeves related article where He mentioned, I'm
Well, maybe that's what
60
I was
now.
thinking. Yeah.
I'm 60 now. I can't do all these stunts like I used to.
That's probably what I was thinking of. So my apologies. Me got confused. My world's been a little crazy lately, folks.
It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Calm down.
I am calm. Calmer than you. Calmer than you. Did that one come over to the side yet?
That clip's over here, Bear. That clip's over here.
Oh, it is.
Take it easy, man.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. Calmer than you are.
You just take it easy.
Calmer than you are.
But see, if Final Reckoning didn't have a budget of 400 million, let's say it was even 200 million, it'd still be a profitable film. But at 400 million, no. And that's a shame because it's a damn good movie. My sister went and saw it again, and she said she liked it more this time than she did the first time she saw it, and she liked it the first time. Of course, this is that Dakota Johnson film, Materialist, and it's got Pedro Pascal, the guy that you and I should aspire to be, Baron. Padawannabe should aspire to be. Tree Rock should aspire to be. DJ Ronnie G should aspire to be.
What, a douchey a Peruvian? I don't want to be a
No, not a douchey Peruvian. He's a man's man.
Yeah.
Maybe
on Fire Island, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe for last month, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He's a man's man.
But yeah, I mean, I would expect a movie like this to have a huge budget, but I'm not going to look that up.
It shouldn't.
Nah.
Unless Pedro was asking for a ton of money because he's so full of himself.
Yeah.
He's not that good. Every film is just him doing him. I mean, think about it. Most of the stuff that's done in The Mandalorian isn't even him.
Mm-hmm. It's a stunt double.
Yeah. Two of his stunt doubles. There's one that does one thing and there's one that does the other. Most of the time you see the Mando all covered up like that, he's not even on.
He's just voicing over.
Yeah, basically. Mm-hmm.
And of course, Ballerina, I know the argument. Nobody wants to see a spin-off of a John Wick film. They want to see John Wick. But honestly, this film isn't bad. It's decent. It may not be one of the greatest installments in the John Wick franchise, but it's not one of those movies where you watch and say, I never want to watch it again. I liked it. I thought it was a decent watch.
Right.
But that's
not
just
everything.
Me.
Yeah, I mean, not everything has got to be a 10 out of 10 or whatever. Nothing wrong with having a film that's a 7 or 8. That's still above the halfway mark, and it's like, okay, it's yeah, you can have a film, you can have a 10 out of 10 film, and not want to see again after you saw it the first time. Enough said. Nothing wrong with that. Or you can have a film that's a 6 or a 7 where you just can't help yourself to go back and watch it again and again because there's something about it. It just it tickles your funny bone or whatever. So I'm not one of those that strives and says that everything got to be 10 out of 10 or else. I'm not one of those guys. My thing is this going to be fun?
Yeah, it's got to be watchable.
Right. I mean, that's why I like, with Pops and we're watching these Corman films and other of the 80s B films and such, we love them,
Mm-hmm. We do. I mean, watching B movies is something that we all like to do. I mean, I'm thinking around October, we watch Space Invaders.
Oh, I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen Transers. I almost think that should be a watch party movie. Kim Thomerson, Helen Hunt. Yeah.
I go with the on a watch party. I mean,
That's on
September to
Tubi, I think.
October.
Yeah, I think it's on Tubi. Yeah, it's on Tubi. That and the sequels and such. Oh, by the way, Peter David actually worked on like Transfers 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. So Peter David actually wrote some for it. So
Nice.
hmm
But yes, that was the weekend box office, and I don't have any articles for us to talk about right now. So if you want to go ahead and wrap it up, we can. And
I always suppose we could.
right, but before we do that, I do want to, of course, send out my sincere condolences to the families and friends of the loved ones who have been lost in the horrible floods down in Texas. And
hmm
if you have anything that's coming up, please go ahead and promote it, Baron. And
I really don't. I should be on. One with you, unfortunately, that got rescheduled for. It sounds like a couple reasons, so I don't feel so bad no more. But I think we have to remember Julian McMahon, who was in Fantastic Four, among others. He passed away.
Yes,
Uh,
Michael
and-
Madsen.
Yep, that was the next one. Is going to sit back. Virginia Madsen's brother. Yep. So some people that we would be familiar with seeing their films, and it's tragic in its own ways. I mean, it's nothing like the floods or whatever, but still, we lost some good talent there.
And of course, we lost someone from the original trilogy of Star Wars.
Oh yeah, Admiral Pirret. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Admiral Pirret, who fans kept on writing to George Lucas as he was doing it, saying we want to see Admiral Pirret back. So he basically hand wrote a lot of the stuff was like almost hand wrote, just to get him on and play on the set, be part of the movie. So which is good because we love we love Wedge, we love Pirret, we love these people that are the background, whatever, and might not have these huge lines or but they still came out and stood out, and we love them. So
yeah, they still make an they still make an impact on the story.
Mhm.
It may not be this huge big footprint of an impact, but they make enough of an impact on the story where you remember these characters.
Well, I mean, honestly, I was one of those. I mean, I didn't do any letter writing on that. I didn't know what the hell, I'm just, young and experiencing all this stuff. But when I did see Admiral Pirret, because I did like him, it's like, oh, great, they brought him back, wonderful, And it made the experience even better, in my opinion, just to see him, briefly in return.
Yeah, and I don't care if it's briefly. I don't care, if he has more than 5 minutes of screen time. When you see a character that comes back in a movie, it's like, yes, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's a character you don't like, you go, oh, great, they brought that character back.
Right.
Yeah.
Even if Admiral Pirret did get smashed by an A-wing.
And Lady Mist has a suggestion. Saturday or Sunday, rewatching old B movies can be fun. I mean, especially the ones that are in public domain.
Yeah. Oh, damn, I wish I had a way to hook up a DVD to my computer. I mean, I'm sure there is one, but I'm computer illiterate. I got the basically most of it's all on public domain as it is, but 50 science fiction films in there. Going back to the from the 50s all the way up to the 90s. I mean, even Jesse the Body Ventura's Braxis film. Yeah. Mark Hamill's film they did with Slipstream with Gary Kurtz. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amongst other stuff all across the board. I mean, it's it could be Trash City or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, that'd be great, having the B films.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the reason why I mentioned the ones that are in public domain is because I wouldn't have to worry about, any copyright claims or copyright strikes. I could show them right on the screen as we are
Mhm.
right now and
Mhm.
not have
Yeah,
to worry about it.
I mean, yeah, it's always interesting to see what is in public domain. Unfortunately, so many of them aren't. They're part of Shout Factory
Mm-hmm.
or Full Moon Entertainment or you know all
Yeah.
that.
Where you would still have to have the Cosme in order to be able to watch it
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
you can't show them on stream. Even the Rumble's starting to crack down on that stuff too.
That's what I hear. Yeah. Well, there goes
But
Cash's idea about showing the entire Behind the Green Door on his Rebel channel.
well, unfortunately, there comes a time where these publishing sites, because I consider YouTube a publishing site, Rumble a
Hmm.
publishing site, they're going to crack down. And if you have any copyrighted material, they're going to go,
Right. Especially if you're monetized.
yeah. Yeah. And, you know, thanks for that too. I'll talk about it after I let everybody know what else is coming up. But because we had to postpone yesterday's The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, where Baron and I are still going to talk about the Doomsday Machine, but we'll be talking about it tomorrow, or if you're watching this on the replay, Monday, July 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We will be talking about it. So you'll get a special Monday edition of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion. And it's going to be a fun talk and
Hmm.
watch as we go through that episode and, you know, talk about different things, maybe even see things we haven't noticed before in the Doomsday
Hmm.
Machine, because it's one of the original series' greatest episodes.
It is. It really is. And it always had me hooked when I saw it. Always had me hooked. So.
And then, of course, Tuesday, I will be playing more Rise of the Ronin. Now, I do want to let everybody know I have been playing some Rise of the Ronin offline to try to get some of the side tasks done and develop skills because, unfortunately, the truth of the matter is, an open world game like that, you can't do every single thing on stream. You have to do some
Hmm.
things off stream. So when we decided to reschedule The Adventure Continues last night, Baron, that's what I did.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I got a plan B.
No, that's good. I was just a manservant.
No, no, no.
I'm having go.
I know you're having fun. I know you're having fun, but it's important that you help out the long
Hmm.
suffering post
Hmm.
surgery and
Everything is going wonderful with that. In fact, she told me she walked from the living room down to the kitchen while we were doing our show. It's like so she could get. I don't know. I can't. I don't know what she got, but she went down there. So, but the Vicodin also helps.
yeah, that is one powerful drug.
Hmm.
Hey, I'm feeling real good.
Hmm.
I could lift mountains. I'm feeling so good. And then once it wears off, oh my god, why did you tell me not to do that?
What the hell, man?
What was I thinking? What were you thinking? I thought it'd be funny to watch your reaction afterwards, and it is funny.
Hmm. Always is. Wake up naked next to a fountain in downtown. Yeah, it's like, what am I doing down here? You had a
Yeah,
good trip. Oh, okay, that's good. Can you give me something to wear? I'm tired of the women pointing and laughing at me.
but Monday, of course, 8 p.m. Eastern, the adventure continues. Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, more Rise of the Ronin. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, Pacific414 Pop Talk, where we have a couple articles at the moment that we're going to talk about. I'm going to be looking for more,
Hmm.
you know,
I will too.
to see what we can talk about. And there's not going to be any stream on Thursday because I have to get some work done on my car, and it's basically an all-day thing. So by the time I get back, I'm not going to want to stream on Thursday. But there will be a stream on Friday. Season 3 of Marvel Rivals comes out on Friday with some new additions. So we'll play a little bit of that. And then after we play a little bit of that, I'm going to switch over to a side-scrolling beat-em-up game that I find hilarious, and I hope everyone else does too, called Maiden Cops.
Oh, yeah. I heard you guys talking about that.
Yeah. So I'll be playing those 2 games on Friday. And then this coming Saturday, channel members, for all channel members at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have our July membership stream. And I do have a question that I want to ask all channel members, but I'll ask you all during that stream.
Oh, okay.
It's an easy question. It's an easy yes or no question. I'm not going to make it too complicated, too hard on anybody.
It's not going to be like Holy Grail. What is your name?
No. What is your name? Yeah, and yes, that is on the docket for August. Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah, that's why I thought I'd kind of do that little nod. See, I'm professional. Professional what? I don't know,
but I know Padawannabe and a few others are curious to know where we are as far as the watch hours are concerned. And folks, we are getting close. We are currently at 3,930 valid watch hours on the YouTube channel. We need 4,000 in order to be eligible for the ad revenue. Once we get there, we will have a celebration. It will be an open panel. All I ask is that you wait to do any kind of self-promotion for your channel until you're asked to do so, and just be kind to your fellow panelists and fellow guests in the chat. Let's not try to talk over each other too much. It's going to happen. No matter what stream, you're going to end up talking over each other, but let's try not to do it too much. But again, we're at 3,930 valid watch hours. We are 70 valid watch hours away from 4,000. And the best way to help achieve that is just to go through any of the playlists that aren't the guest appearances on other channels playlist here on Pacific414 on YouTube, and just let it run in the background. That's the best way to do it. And anything that the channel makes, from super chats, super stickers, memberships, from the ad revenue, will be put directly back into the channel, whether it be putting it towards StreamYard, renting movies that I don't have. Movies I do have, it won't be a problem. It's movies I don't have, can rent those movies. If there's a particular game you want me to play and I don't have it, well, then I'll put whatever ad revenue, whatever, super chats, memberships that I've earned toward it. And
you know what Padawannabe is doing? He's tricking people in his neighborhood into his house. Then what he does is he ties them up in a chair down in the basement and plays your show and makes them watch Pop Talk on that loop.
And speaking of Padawannabe, his playlists are going right now. Really appreciate it. I mean, you know what? Probably one of the best playlists to actually help accumulate those watch hours would be the Pop Talk playlist.
Especially the one centered around me.
What do you mean, no Pop Talk? Padawannabe?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
It's Patty.
Yeah, and yes, the bar is jumping. And again, I do want to have a celebration to thank you all for your efforts. To thank you all for your help, because I can't do this alone. I don't do this alone. Baron helps, Cash helps, Pata helps, Lady Miss helps, Tree Rock helps, DJ Ronnie G, Shane, also known as Your Rom, Low Spec Linux Gaming helps. Guys like 24 help.
Mm-hmm.
When we have people like Stone Cold Loki on, or the Smoking Patriot on, or Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, they help. They help because they've been here. They've been helping out. And this is the only channel they help out. They help out so many channels, it's hard to keep track.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody who is able to come by, when we've had super fan Adam Shawhan come in, or we have Jet Sparks come in, or we've had Anna's Gameland come in, we've had Jill Powers the River Daughter come in, we've had Anti-Derivative Jill, Magitech Mags, and Gary
Maria.
Cassell, and yeah, Maria, Keith the Movie Geek,
Mm-hmm.
and
DJ Ronnie G.
Oh yeah, of course, DJ Ronnie G. Anonymous.
Yeah, I know you said his name earlier. I'm just being funny.
I know. But everybody, and I know that some people were probably saying, well, what about me? What about me? Yes, you're included. You are included. Trust me, you're included. But everybody who's helped this channel from the beginning to now, and who has found this channel now, you're all helping to build something here on Pacific 414. You've all come into the madhouse that is Pacific 414, where we do get wild and crazy here on Pop Talk. Yet we can also get serious.
Mm-hmm.
I can get serious. You can tell, and I know Pat Wannabe can tell, depending on what game I'm playing.
Yeah.
Some games, I'm being a goof. Other games, like that night. Yes, I was playing, one of the Arkham games, Arkham Knight to be specific, where Baron came in. And he said, "You playing?" And I'm all, "Of course, I'm still playing."
He unloaded on me. Cash and I were laughing so hard.
I have long streams, Baron. I'm not Mike. I'm not Doc Pot. I'm Batman. I'm gonna kick your ass, Baron. But everybody helps. Everybody.
Hey, Padawan, you know how long it takes us to wrap things up? Usually it's about 3 hours.
We don't wrap things up quick around here. You know that.
No. I mean,
where everyone else is like, okay, wrap up, and they wrap up quickly. Nah, here on Pop Talk, it's like, yeah, we'll wrap it up. 3 hours later.
3 hours later.
Thank you, Baron.
You're welcome.
But we're like, yeah, we do the slow wind down. But when you're having fun, I mean, heck, I mentioned Superfan Adam Shawhan earlier. I still remember that stream where we went 8 hours because we were having fun, just talking and shooting the breeze. But that's what it's all about. If you're doing this and you're having fun doing this, that's what should matter.
Mm-hmm.
I know it doesn't matter to everybody, but that's what should matter.
Oh, I got a report on Cash.
It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when he's in his money bin.
Yeah. You know what's so disturbing about that? You can see the bone coming out on his leg there. It's like,
I mean, this number right here, 2,052 people have made the decision to say, you know what? I like this channel. I like these guys. They're a little crazy, but I like these guys.
A little.
Okay, I put it mildly, but
Yeah, it comes by and experience this.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
I mean, heck, the people that come by when I do the shorts where I'm doing my out of the theater review. My ugly mud hasn't scared everybody off.
No, not yet. Kind of me
No.
sometimes, but
No, well, of course you're probably looking at it in the middle of the night going, "Oh my God, get that off my screen! What the hell is that?"
ah!
That's me, Baron. Oh man, Mike, put a bag over that thing. Don't even bother poking out holes for the eyes. You don't need to see anything.
But I think there's one thing we should let everybody know before we go today. And this. No, they're not all frink readers.
No, they're
really,
not.
But always remember this.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
I haven't even heard of Mind's Eye, to be honest with you, Tree Rock.
I haven't either.
And I'm not BSing you. I haven't heard about it. Let me look it up. Steam, don't let me down.
Yeah, Steam. Steam. Hey, Steam. Hey.
All right, Mind's Eye. Let's see.
Oh, there it is. It's got a mostly negative on Steam, though.
Yeah, this is actually one that Fat Steven has played. It doesn't look that bad to me.
No, and
when I was watching when he was playing it.
Looks interesting, though.
Do you have this one, Tree Rock? I mean, maybe it was just one of those things. I'm watching somebody else play it, but from what I watched, I didn't think it was a bad game. Now it could be different when I'm playing it. I could be cursing up a storm like I did during that Indiana Jones gameplay. But I mean, it's one of those games. Yeah, it looks nice, but does it play nice too? Let's see. Says no. I've seen people play it. It looks painful.
Man, I'm just kind of looking at the reviews that were in there. It's like not good for the reviews that is.
No. I mean, I could show you all my wish list on Steam of games I have in mind that I'd like to play eventually. Of course, some of them have to be released first, but
yeah, I got a few of those. Yeah.
So let me just get this back.
Let's take a look.
So I can
show
my wish list.
He wishes he has the list. The list now to see.
All right. Give me one second, folks. Drop down menu. There we go. Now I'll go ahead and share my full screen. Luckily, we won't get a feedback from any audio because I'm not sharing any audio, so you won't get an echo. But let's go ahead and share the full screen. Let's see. Yeah, that's the one I want to capture. All right, so let me make that bigger for everybody. These are the games that I currently have on my wish list now. For Warhammer 40k Space Marine, the Mastercrafted edition, I did download that off of Game Pass since it's free on Game Pass for Game Pass subscribers, so I will be playing that eventually. But Metal Maiden is one I have. Now,
that Mastercrafted one is they've been having to give refunds back to people. That's become quite a hot mess. Just to say
that's why I decided. Okay, Game Pass has it for you to download and try out on Game Pass.
Yep, that's
so I'm gonna do it that way. I'm not gonna buy the game. I'm just gonna do it that way. What I am going to buy. I'm going to buy and I'm going to play because I've already made the thumbnail for it and I enjoyed the first part of the game. This is actually an expansion pack. It is RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business. That is what I'm looking forward to.
I need to play the first one first, and that looks good too. I mean, a lot better than the sequels, man. A lot better than the sequels.
Yeah. And of course, Ninja Gaiden 4 is on there. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Now, I do need to take this one off. The Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered, starring Lara Croft, because with the Prime Video subscription I had, that was actually a free game.
Yeah.
So I actually already claimed it. So I do need to take this one off, but I will eventually.
Was that for that free one? Was that for like the PS4 or was that for like PC or was that
PC?
For?
PC. It was for PC. And if you have Amazon Prime, it might still be up there. I don't want to say that it is, but it might still be up there and available.
Only reason why I never got it. That's all. Is I don't have Amazon.
All right. But of course, I have Tomb Raider 4 through 6 remastered on my wish list. Yes, I do have Indiana Jones and the Great Circle on my wish list because I tried it through Game Pass originally. And honestly, I still had fun even when I did struggle through that one part because it reminded me so much of the Indiana Jones film. Something that the Great Circle Jerk did not. And that Great Circle Jerk isn't Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'm referring to the Dial of Destiny.
The Dial of Dweebness.
Yeah. And Pat Wannabe saying he had no problems with the Game Pass Space Marine through level 1. Okay, well, again, that's why I want to try it, because I want to try it and see how it is for myself. Because some people, regardless of the game, they will put in a bad review. And of course, I have the Mega Man Battle Network games on there. I'm actually waiting for those to get down even lower, even if there is another sale that does it. For some reason, for these games, $4.99 a piece would be more appeasing to me because I don't know how invested I'm going to get into these particular Mega Man games as opposed to the original or even the X series. Of course, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, another Crab's Treasure, and then Ghost Trick. Still waiting to find out when this game is coming out. It's been saying coming soon for a couple of years now.
Yeah, you added it in 2023.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a dead game.
Maybe. It could be. Of course, G.I. Joe Wrath of Cobra, that's been getting mixed reviews. That's why I haven't pulled the trigger on buying that game. And then Boneless, this one actually looks like a cool horror game. And then Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. This is a game, I contemplate buying it, but I'm not all that quick to want to pull the trigger yet. Level 0 Extraction. Again, it's a maybe game, but I put it on my wish list just to see if it goes down even lower in price.
I'm surprised you still got that on your wish list.
Yeah, because I was hoping beyond hope. It was trying to be positive about it, be optimistic that maybe there's would be a patch that would be released that would fix any and all issues, or a series of patches. And No Room in Hell 2, again, I haven't pulled the trigger on that because it's getting mixed reviews. Little Nightmares, I've seen a lot of gameplay on that. It looks like a cool game, and it looks like one that could occupy some time. And so I have that on there. Killing Floor 3, another game that it's a maybe. It's a maybe. It's been out a couple of years. This game, again, some of these games too are games I'm thinking about for Halloween time, and of course the Outlast Last Trials. We got that. This is actually one I'm looking forward to. Mouse PI for Hire. It's basically a company now that early Mickey Mouse is in public domain. Well, that they can use it, and he's a detective, and it's a first-person shooter type of deal.
Take that, Disney.
Of course, State of
Mickey
Decay
Mouse
3.
Mickey Mouse is a first-person shooter. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Take that, Donald.
And of course, Shrinova. And some of these games too, like down here, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. $70. I want to watch people play it. I want to listen to reviews before I pull the trigger on that game. Then, of course, you have the Ninja Gaiden games. I can play them on Game Pass right now, so that's one reason I haven't actually purchased them. WWE 2K25 is a game I've decided I can wait for as long as I need to, because it's not getting real good reviews. Of course, we got Shinobi Art of Vengeance, Neon Inferno, both side-scrolling games. Of course, Neon Inferno is more of a side-scrolling beat-em-up games, and you all know how I like beat-em-up games. Of course, I also like to see DJ Ronnie G. Good to see you, brother.
Whoa! He was taking a nap. Ain't that sweet?
Hey, why not? 4th of July weekend, take a nap.
You got it. You got it.
Shadow War is a game I'm interested in. I'm just waiting to find out when it's going to come out. Jump Ship, I think this is a fun game from what I've played in the demo, especially the multiplayer aspect of it. With 4 players, you got one person that can be the pilot of the ship, one person that can be the gunner, and you have 2 others that can be the engineers or craftings, but also you go to these different locations to grab tools and other items. I showed it on a member stream. Painkiller, I definitely want to play this at some point.
So do you name your ship the Lollipop? That's what you named your ship in there, right?
No, I named it the Defiant.
Oh.
And I tried to match it to the colors of the Defiant.
Okay. I thought Lollipop would be funny.
And then Dispatch. This is one I'm looking forward to. It's the one I was showing a few weeks ago when we were still using EVMux, and then my internet went out and I didn't get to show everything, but it's one where I'll definitely be streaming it later at night because of its adult humor.
Yeah. It's absolutely hysterical. It's humor how it should be. It's something like James Gunn, if you're going to do something humorous, this is how you do it.
Yes, I was. Go ahead, Baron. Go ahead.
Not having your super dog hump somebody's leg.
And yes, Godzilla, I was talking about the demo for Jump Ship, and I'm liking what they have in the demo so far, and it's going to be fun to play the full game if they, keep everything the way it is. Maybe tweak a few things here and there before release, but from what I've played, I really do like it, especially the aspect of being able to pilot your own ship.
Yeah, I got that on my library. I have to get on my computer. Oh no, it is on my computer. Yeah, I did download it on there. So yeah, so I got that on there.
But yeah, those are some of the games that are currently on my wish list. And if anybody has any recommendations for games to add to the wish list for future streams, let me know. And I'll add
Streamer
them to my
Simulator
list.
2. Streamer Simulator 2.
No, I've already vetoed that several times, Baron.
I can't blame a guy for crying. Actually, the long suffering was watching you play. I think the Doom game that you're playing, and she's watching. It's
Doom
like
the Dark Ages.
Yeah, she's going. How can you get through this? It's like I just shrugged my shoulders. Yeah, well, yeah, because there's so much going on. It's like, yeah, well, some people got the skill.
Oh, I'm glad I was able to get to that game. I had a lot of fun playing it, and I do again want to thank Stone Loki for playing it the night he was that Monday night. And I'm watching. I'm going, okay, is this a game that you want to play? The answer was yes. No, is this a game you feel that you're going to get your value out of? Multiple playthroughs, and yes, to get it for early access, it was a hefty price, but is it going to be worth it? And my answer was yes, because I was having fun playing it during the streams, and I even went through some parts again off stream just to try to find, the hidden areas, hidden secrets, the hidden toys, and was still having fun, and honing up my skills as best I could. And Lady Miss was here for that final fight, and that final fight, it was a tough one, but we got through it.
That's what's important.
Yeah, but definitely the next game that will be streamed on the channel, and if you guys don't mind, I will also bring up the thumbnail I made for it.
I mind.
So, I'm sorry, Baron, but
You're not sorry.
Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. All right, so
he's not sorry.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
Oh, come on, Mike. Why do you want to play that? Because I do. So I'm stopping and sharing that screen, and I'll share screen.
Don't I look a lot like Tom Cruise here? Look at that. That's what I'd look like if I shaved my beard off. I'd look just like that. Yeah.
Why does StreamYard take us off screen when
I don't know?
I stop sharing my screen?
Because they hate us.
Fine, let them hate. Let the hate flow through you.
Exactly.
But that's the thumbnail I made for it.
Ooh.
And that's the title I'm going with. More Crimes in Progress.
Looks like you in there. Yeah.
And let's see. Godzilla says, I've been playing Wasteland 3 lately. Got it on sale, so it was worth it. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, it was.
With the sales going on until, I think it's the 10th on Steam, it is worth picking up games, especially if, the price is right.
Well, I mean, I just picked up that Mordor one, so hopefully.
Yes.
Like I gave you, and it's like for the price. Yep, I'll grab that. It won't break the bank.
No, and I will at some point play Shadow of War because I did have fun playing Shadow of Mordor, but there's still.
But you were so cruel. Those poor orcs. Come on, orcs' lives matter, man.
I know. And Tripping Orc, he would come by. He would see what I was doing to his people. And he would just cry. He would cry because here he was watching his people getting killed in the game, YouTube, by Pacific414.
You only buy it if it's your precious. My precious.
One does not simply buy Mordor on sale. One simply just buys it and plays it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm cheap though.
I'm that way too. I mean, especially when it comes to other responsibilities, it's like, yeah, you can't really do that right now. Oh, this game's on sale. Oh,
Yeah.
it's only on sale for $5. I can do that.
Yeah. Bastards. Steam,
Yeah.
you're bastards.
That's the thumbnail for RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business. And as far as this stream is concerned, again, I do want to thank everybody who's stopped on by, because without you, we wouldn't be here. So, Lady Mist, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Glad you're able to join us for the watch party of Top Gun Maverick.
Thank you for being our friend. Sorry.
Jed Sparks, same to you. Thank you for being here. And you know what? I'm glad that we can share good movies like this. Not just during the 4th of July weekend, but share good movies like this and go, yes, this is what we want, Hollywood. Take note. More movies like this.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Low Spec Linux Gaming. Thank you for being here, brother.
Wow, you've gotten
Cain,
better. You dropped the laptop part now. Good. It took a while.
Doesn't mean I won't slip up from time to time, Barrett.
Oh, I know I am. I just like, okay, don't say laptop. Don't dead name them.
And it was good to see Shane, also known as Yaron, who said Goose's kid is a douche. Tree Rock, thank you for being here today. Really appreciate it, brother. Pat Wannabe, thank you for being here, and also thank you for going through those playlists and trying to help with those watch hours. I greatly appreciate it, brother. Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank Obsessions, thank you for being here. I got to get used to the new addition to your name, so just give me some time.
Wow.
Yes.
He is going in hardcore.
And of course,
you know what? My apologies to Lester because when I see skeptic, my dyslexia and all that instantly goes septic. It's like, why would you call yourself septic tank? Oh no! It's skeptic tank.
God.
I know. I'm calling myself a bad boy. Okay.
Although to be honest, Septic Tank, that would be a funny name for a YouTube channel. Hey, welcome to Septic Tank.
I thought so. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, well, we're everything's in the crapper. And of course, Godzilla, thank you for stopping by. And folks, I hope you all had a wonderful Independence Day weekend. And if you're not from the United States, I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. I hope everybody has a wonderful week. And again, my thoughts and prayers and sincere condolences go out to the families in Texas who have lost loved ones due to the floods.
Horrible. It's horrible.
Yes. So if you're religious and you believe that there is a God, pray for them tonight. And until next time, everybody, remember, on this channel, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Have a good one. And thank you.
Bye.
Autobots, transform and roll out!